Members of Parliament, good morning. Welcome to the Minister of Finance and her staff. Before we continue, we shall be verifying the attendance here this morning, so I will adjourn just for a few moments. The meeting is hereby adjourned. We're going to get started. Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all those following this meeting via social media, and of course, members of the media themselves. I welcome you to this public meeting for today, Thursday, June 27th. This is public meeting number 18. I want to give a special welcome to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka J. Gums, and her support staff. We have established a quorum of 10 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have not received any notices of absence. So at this time, the possibility is there for notifications, and I ask if any member of Parliament has a notification to make. Oh, we do have some members of Parliament, and I offer the floor to MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you and everyone else, the Honourable Minister and her support staff, my colleagues. Good morning. Madam Chair, it's just a simple notification, but it's to a big man in Parliament. I would like to extend happy belated birthdays to my honourable colleague, La Cruz, even though he didn't come with no cake or nothing. So I know that he's here also as a new MP. So I think it's my responsibility to let him know the traditions of how it works here in Parliament when you make birthday. You don't just walk in with your hand swinging. You come with something. And we like treats in this Parliament. So to MP La Cruz, happy belated birthday to you. I wish you many, many more. And it's not too late to call Carl's and Son and get the carrot cake and the chocolate cake in the house. I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Christophe Emmanuel, and I join you in expressing words of belated congratulations to MP La Cruz on his birthday, and I continue with notifications and offer the floor to MP Marlin for notifications. MP Marlin.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleague members of Parliament. Good morning to the Minister of Finance and her support staff. Madam Chair, as the MP before me spoke, it's a tradition to bring cake, and I would be the one to bring the cake. But the last cake I brought for a colleague MP saw one that left the coalition, so that tradition is out the door. But on a much, much more serious topic, Madam Chair, in our last meeting, in the meeting before, I requested that I receive documents in which to date I didn't receive. So, Madam Chair, being the person that I am, I went and Googled the company so that I can get more information on Cornerstone Construction, a company, EcoStone Construction, a company in Trinidad. Madam Chair, to my surprise, I found absolutely nothing on the web pertaining to this company. It makes me wonder, Madam Chair, if this company is a shell company that the MP is talking to. Is a shell company for whom, Madam Chair? Here it is. We expected a company like NVGEB to wire gazillions, millions of dollars to this company that simply can't afford a web page so people can get more information from this company. So, Madam Chair, through you once again, I would like to ask if we can, as members of Parliament, see this proposal. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Marlin. I now continue and give the floor to MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Khafir, the Honourable Minister of Finance, support staff, my honourable colleagues, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, I have a question because I see a alarming trend, I believe. I'm not even sure which meeting this is today because on May 31st, I actually requested a meeting, also an urgent meeting, to have this meeting on ENNIA. And to date, I haven't gotten a response. It's almost a month since then. In addition to that, we also requested a meeting for to finalize the basic bank account law and others. So we've had, at least for the National Alliance faction, 3 meeting requests that went in, and not even a response to say, hey, this meeting is already being called, or any kind of update. And then today we see this meeting happening, so I'm not sure if this is the meeting that we requested to continue to finalize, because there's only one meeting that we could have. But I would appreciate just at least a response on meetings in a timely manner so that we could continue the proper process of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the Honourable Minister, support staff, members of the media, and everyone that is tuned in. Madam Chair, I just have a quick follow-up based on the question that I posed yesterday. I think it's about over a week ago, I sent a letter requesting a halt for the recess so that we can handle the people's business in the month of July. I haven't received a response to that as yet. One of the reasons for that, and I want to say it here on the floor, is that we had 3 months extended as ministers and members of Parliament, which also crippled the functioning of Parliament. We had instances where the Presidium and the Secretary General traveled on several occasions, which also stopped different happenings in Parliament. And I would like to put a pause on the recess, whether it's postponed or whatever have you, so that we can handle some urgent pending matters for the people. I would like to know if I can get a response on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. Let me address some of the matters raised in notifications by the members of Parliament. I can inform this Parliament that based on the discussions that went on with respect to companies that have submitted proposals to GEBE in connection with the energy supply on St. Martin, that I have been copied as President of Parliament in a letter addressed to the Minister regarding some statements that were made on the floor of Parliament. This particular letter will be shared with Parliament, but I just think it's important that I know that. And in the letter, the company referred to by MP Marlin is objecting to some of the statements made in a meeting of Parliament. I think it's important that I put that here. Secondly, the question with respect to this meeting being called. One would recall that following the presentation and the discussions in the Central Committee meeting of Parliament on this topic, it was decided that upon receipt of the answers, that a public meeting of Parliament would have been scheduled. In addition to that, the minister, speaking about continuity, asked Parliament to do exactly that which was decided in a Central Committee of Parliament, that the next step on this matter would be a public meeting in which, of course, the minister will be present. That is the request that we are honoring today, but you are correct, MP Irion, with your assertion that you should be, and you will, be answered in respect to your request for a meeting on this topic, you and your colleagues' request for a meeting on this topic. Thirdly, to the MP who proposed a pause or a cancellation of the recess of Parliament, the MP would have noted that we have not stopped at the date that we were supposed to start the recess. So what you see happening is that matters that are of importance to Parliament are being handled. And the request itself for a complete cancellation, if that was the word used, of the recess will be handled firstly in the Presidium to determine the way forward, whether it is a matter that we put to faction leaders or we come back to a meeting of Parliament, a Central Committee meeting of Parliament if necessary, then that shall be done. So that is where your request, MP Duran, is at this moment. In addition to that, reference to, and it's not the first time, reference to travel of the Presidium and or the members, or in fact it's our Secretary General, not members of the Secretariat, but our Secretary General, has not, and I say again, has not hindered the continuation of any matter that was ready to be dealt with in Parliament. More so, in fact, what has hindered the continuation or not scheduling meetings is the fact that other and many members of Parliament have traveled at different times. So that is more the case in terms of the hindering of continuation of work than the fact that at a particular time our SG and members of the Presidium traveled. So I hope to have clarified the matters raised in notifications, which I have allowed you to state so that I could also answer them as part of the process. I continue with notifications and now give the floor to MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if I could have made a response because, Madam Chair, reference was made not by my name calling, but to my person, knowing that I was the one that submitted the information to the government that was passed on to GEBE, and it was made that the MP and gazillions of dollars were sent. So I just wanted to know if I would have the time to respond to that, Madam Chair, hence the reason why I pressed the button. But, Madam Chair, I can understand what was said.
MP Christophe,
Yeah, sure.
would you like me to respond to
Yes,
your
Madam
question
Chair.
firstly before you
Yes.
go ahead? Of course, you, like every other member of Parliament, is entitled to make a notification. However, in connection with the particular reference, MP Emmanuel, you also have the possibility to make mention of the fact of a personal fact, and you can then address that fact if once you put it to me and I determine that you may go ahead. So you could also use that possibility, MP, but
Yes,
I
Madam Chair,
allow
I'll
you
do
now
that.
to
Yeah.
make your notification.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when you're not versed in geopolitics and the political realms, what goes on within the region, I can understand why a statement of such would be made, Madam Chair. But if one knows any company that does business with the Ministry of Defense in Trinidad and Tobago are advised not to post nothing on the web, no information on Facebook. Why? Because of the high rate of kidnapping and extortion. Madam Chair, that is the fact. Because many persons reach out to me as well and say, Chris, we can't find nothing. And I had to explain them the reason why. So it's a bit unfortunate that the documentation wasn't sent to the MPs as yet, so they could have seen what it was all about. But Madam Chair, that's the reason why. Because in the country of Trinidad and Tobago, contractors, businessmen are advised when it comes in relation to their business not to post nothing on the web, not to post nothing on Facebook, don't have none of those sort of things because of the high rate of kidnapping, extortion, and murders in that country, Madam Chair. I thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Emmanuel. MP Marlin, I see that you have requested the floor. I hope it is not to continue a debate during the notifications and a back and forth. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to hold on to your statement for another opportunity and time. MP Marlin, could you kindly let me know what it is that you would like to do? Is it an additional notification you wish to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are here today with these statements, exactly what we asked for. If this information was provided a long time, we would not be here today discussing that. But Madam Chair, hypocrisy at its best. Here it is, the country of Trinidad could hold confidential information from this Parliament. But a member of Parliament could present it, but we can't know about it. But company records, company financing of our very own NVGEBE could be discussed in public on the floor of Parliament. Hypocrisy at its best. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Marlin. And with those notifications and statements, I continue with the agenda for this meeting. And the agenda points for this meeting are: 1, incoming documents; 2, approval of the Outline Agreement ENNIA, including Annexes A, B, and C. This document is registered on the IS 621 of this parliamentary year, and it's dated April 19th of 2024. And thirdly, ratification of the decision lists of the Interparliamentary Kingdom Consultation, the IPKO, held from June 7th through 10th of 2024 in The Hague, the Netherlands, and this document is registered on the IS 798 of this parliamentary year, and it's dated June the 11th, 2024. Before we go over to agenda point number 1, as this is a public meeting, allow me to remind you of the introduction of the usage of interruptions during public meetings. The following guide applies in accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Order. 1, it is the chairperson who permits interruptions, in other words, give the okay for interruptions. And the interruption should aim to 1, seek clarification; 2, briefly challenge assertions; or 3, contribute additional information. All of the above should consist of brief remarks or questions without introduction. The chairperson will ensure order and decorum during the meetings, as well as with the use of interruptions. Members of Parliament, ministers, and guests must at all times maintain parliamentary decorum and refrain from making offensive or disorderly interruptions. Members will be allowed 3 interruptions per agenda point. The interruptions are to be posed from the lectern, which we shall place momentarily in the Legislative Hall. So I now go over to agenda point number 1. Members, you have received the list of incoming documents and the proposals for further handling. This list is registered on the IS 558 up to IS 809 for the parliamentary year 2023-2024. Members of Parliament, as you might have noticed, this list also includes the invitation from the government of Curacao for the flag and hymn day. Where the handling of that particular invitation is concerned, I want to propose that given the date of the Flag Day on Curacao, namely July 2nd, the fact that that date coincides with postulation/nomination day on St. Martin, considering the difficulties that are being experienced, and when I say difficulties, I mean getting to Curacao and out of Curacao in a short period of time, I propose that for this incoming document, we, as Parliament, congratulate the government and people of Curacao with their flag and hymn day, and regretfully inform them that Parliament of St. Martin cannot attend this Flag Day. So that is my proposal for this incoming document. And are there any other comments or proposals on the list as presented? That is not the case, so they will be handled accordingly. Going over to agenda point number 2 is the approval of the Outline Agreement ENNIA, including Annexes A, B, and C, IS number 621 of the parliamentary year 23-24, and it is dated April the 19th, 2024. A brief elucidation on the agenda point before us is the following. As I mentioned earlier, on April the 19th of 2024, Parliament received a letter from the Minister of Finance with the request for a public meeting of Parliament seeking the approval for the Outline Agreement Resolution ENNIA, including its Annexes A, B, and C. In the letter, the Minister of Finance noted that the Outline Agreement Resolution ENNIA necessitates a long-term financial commitment from St. Martin, and that he, at the time, was making this request with great respect for Parliament, particularly in consideration of the budget authority established inter alia in Articles 100, 101, and 102 of the Constitution. It is important to know that Parliament held a Central Committee meeting that commenced on September 27th of 2023 and ended on April 15th of 2024. All answers to the questions posed in the Central Committee were received by Parliament. According to the Outline Agreement, the agreement sets out the main conditions for a partial relaunch of various parts of the ENNIA Group and a controlled settlement of the former ECL with government and CBCS funding this resolution. The parties commit to the full elaboration of the resolution, yes, and to constructively negotiate, approve, and comply with the relevant legal requirements in this regard, keeping in mind the urgency of the matter and within the limited time frame provided in Article 3. The agreement also states that the parties, by signing the Outline Agreement, confirm to each other that they will each commit sufficient resources and manpower to elaborate and eventually implement the resolution with high priority, including to take all necessary actions to mitigate the risk of the resolution. In Article 14 of the agreement, it states that before entering into this Outline Agreement, the parties have made this subject to obtaining the necessary approvals as prescribed by the applicable legislation and regulation, the state regulation of Curaçao and St. Martin, and the related national ordinances, and that the parties will take all actions necessary or appropriate to obtain these approvals as soon as possible. In the term sheets, which is Annex C to the Outline Agreement, the agreement approval by the Parliament of St. Martin to the Outline Agreement Resolution ENNIA is taken up as a suspensive condition, meaning without a parliamentary approval, that agreement is not valid, or is not executable, rather. Hence, this agenda point for this meeting today and the importance of Parliament's approval in this matter. I would now like to give the floor to the Minister of Finance for her introductory remarks and presentation. Minister of Finance, Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair Lady. My apologies. Yes.
Just a little, as technical assistance here, MP Jacobs is handing the stand for the minister. We do have a few of them here in Parliament, and
Turn it the other way.
the other way completely, yes. Yes, exactly. Wait, no. And then we have a brief adjournment. 1 minute, let's just fix this.
Thank you.
Check if that's high enough for you. If not, then you adjust it here. What side you want? Just this side?
Right there. Just
That's good. They helped me enough times. I had the Bible.
thank you.
Is everyone good? The meeting is hereby reopened after a few minutes of an adjournment, just to make sure everything was in place for the minister's presentation, which it is now. And again, I invite the minister to take the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair Lady, honorable members of Parliament, Prefir, my support staff, persons in the Tribune, radio listeners, and all other media followers, citizens of St. Martin, under the sound of my voice, good morning. Today, I am here to present the Outline Agreement ENNIA resolution. Allow me to state for the record that I was not involved in developing this solution, as it was approved by the previous Minister of Finance, now the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Ardwell Irian, and the former Prime Minister, now the Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Sylveria Jacobs, on April 11, 2024. My goal today is to provide an overview of the solution and its financial impact on St. Martin, and discuss the consequences of either accepting or rejecting it. With my team, I have attended several meetings with the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin, the technical team, and the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Richard Gibson Sr., in order to deeply understand the solution and evaluate its financial ramifications for St. Martin. This process was challenging, but despite the difficulties, it was imperative to dissect the financial implications to give you a clear picture of the possible future scenarios. My intention is to present you with the facts and financial implications so you can make an informed decision considering all risks and consequences. Please note that I may not be able to answer all your questions since neither I or my colleagues here today were part of the initial discussions. However, the technical team from the central bank is available, and based on your questions, we may provide answers today or have the technical team of the central bank, along with my person, return to address them. There are certain assumptions included in this solution, which I will clarify and repeat during my presentation, as it is important to know. Additionally, various factors can lead to different outcomes, and it is important you are aware of the various potential scenarios. My presentation will be presented as follows. To commence, I will provide you with key data that is important for you to understand. I will then go into explaining the current solution. I will give you insight into the possible positive and negative effects, as there are many. Then I will provide you with various scenarios visualizing the financial impact to give you a clear insight into how this may possibly financially impact St. Martin for the coming 50 years. I will go into the link with the COVID loans. As you are all aware, that solution of ENNIA, or no solution, is tied to the COVID loans, followed by a very important and emotionally invested topic, Mullet Bay. And lastly, I will provide you with some of my personal observations to consider. After various attempts, we were finally successful in getting some data related to the policyholders. Life individual insurance, 1,390. Group life insurance, 1,393. Pensioners, 301, making the total policyholders 3,084. Currently, 301 pensioners on St. Martin receive an average monthly benefit of 607 guilders. These are mainly pensioners that have reached retirement age. Roughly 52% of the 1,390 individuals that have taken out an individual life insurance at ENNIA are older than 50 years, which corresponds to roughly 48% being 50 years or younger. Approximately 60 companies have group life insurances at ENNIA, ranging from financial or legal services providers to companies that are in the medical, hospitality, manufacturing, food, or industrial industry. Agenda point 1 covers important data commencing with pre-emergency. ENNIA has been taken over by the central bank, resulted in no longer being in the hands of the shareholders or management. At the point of takeover, 123.1 million guilders is to be paid to the 3,084 St. Martin policyholders. Then we have post-emergency. It is important to mention that the policyholders continued paying into their pension policy as the company continued its operations. Amount to date based on continuous payment to fund is 146 million guilders. Next, we have limited time. Given the fact that in 2025, ENNIA will not be able to cover its financial obligations, time is not on our side to solving this matter. In addition to that, the Netherlands requires that both Curaçao and St. Martin together come to a solution prior to the expiration of COVID-19 loans. followed by St. Martin's financial obligation with regard to ENNIA is set at 6.49%. This is proportionate to the quantity of policyholders within ENNIA based in St. Martin. And finally, shares of St. Martin within Central Bank. 22.22% is St. Martin's shares in the Central Bank. The mentioned data is important as they are key to calculating financial implications for country St. Martin. These financial factors are important in understanding the solution. I will go through each point step by step, starting with number 1. Dividends paid to St. Martin from Central Bank, a portion of that will be paid to ENNIA New by St. Martin. Central Bank indicated they will pay St. Martin 4 million guilders in dividend payments for the next 50 years, commencing 2027. Central Bank will be paying dividends to St. Martin for the next 50 years, while St. Martin will be paying ENNIA for the next 30 years. Of the 4 million guilders yearly dividends to be received by St. Martin from the Central Bank, a total of 3 million guilders go to bail out ENNIA, and approximately 1 million guilders goes to country St. Martin. On the next slide, I will give you a breakdown of this. While the perception is that this costs St. Martin nothing, because it seems as though money is coming from the Central Bank and that money is used to pay ENNIA, in reality, we are short 3 million guilders per year, as the total dividends of 4 million guilders belong to St. Martin that could have gone to our coffers to cover our expenses, such as overdue payments to the justice workers, not having them wait years to be paid, which additional income could be used to give the much-needed tax relief to the people of St. Martin by lowering wage tax, which additional income could be used to pay the plethora of outstanding vendors owed by government, and the list can continue. As you know, we are instructed to cut the 2024 inflated budget not by 22 million, but by 32 million guilders, and in actuality, CFT wants the amended budget to have a positive result of 16 million, which will mean an extra cut of 14 million, totaling 46 million guilders, which was undoable. However, the government managed to cut the expenses and revenue by 32 million guilders. All these cuts has an effect whereby various needed vacancies would not be able to be filled and various projects not realized. As a country, we need to increase our revenue. We need to implement tourist tax, increase lodging tax. We cannot continue to sustain St. Martin solely off the backs of the St. Martin people. The St. Martin people deserve relief and an increase in their purchasing power. So I hope this is clear that in reality, passing on these dividends does cost St. Martin. The other financial factor in understanding the solution is point 2. Dividends paid to ENNIA directly from the Central Bank. On a yearly basis, Central Bank will pay 15 million guilders to ENNIA directly. It is important to state ENNIA is not a shareholder in the Central Bank. St. Martin and Curacao are the shareholders, which means any dividend payments leaving the Central Bank is monies from Curacao and St. Martin. Approximately 1 million guilders from this 15 million guilders is money that belongs to St. Martin. This equates to the 6.49%. This too will be broken down in the subsequent slide. I will now delve into the third point, which is the peak facility. Peak facility / guarantor. On a yearly basis, when contributions are paid to ENNIA new, in specific years, it is already determined that these years' contributions to ENNIA new from Curaçao, St. Martin, and the Central Bank will not cover the cash outflow obligations of ENNIA new. Therefore, now comes the peak facility. What is this, you may ask? Allow me to explain. Let's say 10 million guilders comes into ENNIA new to cover the payments of the policyholders. However, 12 million guilders is due. What happens to the 2 million guilders outstanding? Central Bank floats a bond loan for ENNIA new. What is key here is St. Martin and Curaçao stands guarantor for the peak facility bond loan. What does guarantor mean? In the event ENNIA new cannot pay this loan, which is taking out to cover their obligations, they cannot pay. St. Martin and Curaçao has to pay their respective portions of the loan of 2 million guilders, as an example, using the ENNIA distribution key of 6.49% for St. Martin. In this case, St. Martin would have to pay 129,000 guilders, which is the 6.49% of the 2 million. This peak facility has a yearly interest of 1% to be covered by ENNIA new, however, with St. Martin and Curaçao as guarantor. Whenever the payments cannot cover the pension payouts, or better said, the financial obligations of ENNIA new, what is being said here is, Central Bank, you have carte blanche to float a bond loan to ENNIA new for the difference. In other words, provide ENNIA new with a bond loan to cover the difference whereby St. Martin and Curaçao stands as guarantor. To what limit, you may ask, is this peak facility? As currently included in the signed outline agreement, this peak facility can reach up to a maximum of 500 million guilders, with a termination date in 2074, which is 50 years from now. You may ask, what portion of this relates to St. Martin? The answer, 32.5 million guilders, which is 6.49% of the 500 million guilders. Do note, these amounts does not include the interest. While St. Martin is committed to pay 2 million guilders for the coming 30 years directly to ENNIA, this peak facility is applicable for the next 50 years. As such, we are binded for the next 50 years. In the current solution, at the end of 50 years, the peak facility will have amounted to 119 million guilders, of which 8 million guilders can be considered St. Martin's portion. Lastly, it is expected that the Central Bank generates 18 million guilders dividends on a yearly basis. Nevertheless, if the dividends from the Central Bank are lower, guess what? Peak facility goes up. St. Martin portion, dividends explained. Central Bank promises to generate 18 million guilders in dividends per year by selling gold. No. Can you pause 1 second, please?
Minister, on your request, I'll adjourn for a few minutes. That was the request, and that shall be done. Meeting adjourned. just. We now continue with the meeting, and I invite the Prime Minister to, the Minister of Finance to continue. Minister of Finance, you may continue.
St. Martin portion dividends explained. Central Bank promises to generate 18 million guilders in dividends per year by selling gold and investing in safe bonds, which they believe
Minister, I need to ask you to hold your last thought as I look at the absence of a quorum here in the meeting. And as you know, we cannot continue without a quorum. I know there are several members of Parliament in the building, so I will just adjourn for a few moments to establish whether that is the case or not before I go over to any type of roll call. I will allow the MPs who are in the building and are now coming to the hall to allow them to take their seats. Once they're in the hall, then this meeting can continue. Minister of Finance, thank you for your indulgence. I establish now that I do have a quorum and this meeting may continue. Minister, to you again the word.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. St. Martin's portion dividends explained. Central Bank promises to generate 18 million guilders in dividends per year by selling gold and investing in safe bonds, which they believe will yield this amount. They plan to balance their operations each year, ensuring that their income covers their expenses. From the 18 million guilders, 22 million is allocated to St. Martin, amounting to 4 million guilders, which is due to St. Martin annually. Central Bank will directly pay ENNIA new 15 million guilders each year, of which approximately 973,000 is St. Martin's share, calculated based on the ENNIA distribution key of 6.49%. Therefore, 6.49% of 15 million guilders is 973,000. This 973,000 is withheld from the 4 million guilders owed to St. Martin and paid to ENNIA new by the Central Bank. Consequently, after deducting the withheld amount from the 4 million guilders due to St. Martin annually, Central Bank is expected to pay 3 million guilders to St. Martin. St. Martin has committed to sending 2 million guilders annually to ENNIA for the next 30 years. Thus, the remaining dividends for St. Martin each year is 951,000 guilders. In summary, of the 4 million guilders yearly dividend for the next 30 years, 76%, which is the 3 million guilders, goes to ENNIA, and approximately 1 million guilders goes to St. Martin's coffers. Allow me to introduce some potential benefits that can lower St. Martin's financial obligations in solving this ENNIA saga. What would lead us to pay less or relieve the financial obligation of St. Martin, and how much less would it be? Number one, sale of Mullet Bay. Current expected value based on most recent appraisal report is 180 million guilders. If Mullet Bay is sold, St. Martin's reduction in financial obligation is zero. Because in this scenario, Mullet Bay is sold at 180 million guilders. As such, any sale of Mullet Bay at a higher sale value than the 180 million guilders reduces St. Martin's financial obligation by 6.49% of the additional value. For example, if Mullet Bay sells for 200 million guilders, St. Martin's financial obligation decreases by 6.49% of the additional 20 million guilders, resulting in a reduction of 1.3 million guilders. Number 2, more dividends, other ENNIA companies. Increased dividends from other ENNIA sections such as Life, SCADA, and ZOR to ENNIA New. Profits from these sections will contribute positively to ENNIA New no matter their contributions. It will be 6.49%, which is St. Martin's portion. Litigation claim. Any proceeds from the litigation claim will have a positive impact on St. Martin's financial obligations. For the purpose of this presentation and the calculations included in such, we have taken 230 million guilders as the best outcome. In the event that this litigation is won and 230 million guilders is received, St. Martin's financial obligation for this ENNIA saga will be reduced with 15 million guilders, which amounts to 6.49%. Do note that while these positive impacts can reduce St. Martin's financial obligation, St. Martin will still remain with a financial obligation due to having only 6.49%. In contrary to the positive factors, there are also various potential risks that will have a negative impact on St. Martin's financial obligation, such as if Mullet Bay is not sold, it will have a negative impact on St. Martin's financial obligation. Why, you may ask? This is because currently they have taken into account the proceeds of the sale of Mullet Bay at 180 million guilders. As such, if it is not sold or it is sold at a lower amount, it will negatively impact St. Martin's financial obligation, which means a higher peak facility loan with St. Martin as guarantor. No dividends from other ENNIA companies or less dividend than currently calculated. Less dividends from other ENNIA companies will mean less money to cover the financial obligations of ENNIA New, which will mean a higher peak facility loan with St. Martin as guarantor. Litigation lost. Although not included in the current scenario, it was excluded for safety reasons, thus not having a direct negative financial effect unless payment has to be made. The central bank, unable to make the stated dividends for the coming 50 years, leading to a higher peak facility loan for St. Martin and increased interest. The following 3 slides will provide the financial impact for St. Martin, taking into account 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, Mullet Bay sold at 180 million guilders, litigation never coming to fruition, proceeds from claim 0. Scenario 2, Mullet Bay not sold and litigation never coming to fruition, proceeds from claim 0. Scenario 3, Mullet Bay sold at 180 million guilders and claim 1 at 230 million guilders. Scenario 1, outcome according to the signed resolution. If everything goes according to plan, in the event that Mullet Bay is sold at 180 million and there are no proceeds from the litigation, St. Martin's total financial obligation will amount to 119 million guilders. 8 million relating to St. Martin's portion of the peak facility, 49 million which relates to the portion withheld by Central Bank from St. Martin and paid to ENNIA directly, which is the 973,000 times 50 years. 62 million, which relates to the portion paid by St. Martin yearly to ENNIA directly, which amounts to 2 million times 30 years. Adding these amounts gave you the financial commitment of St. Martin, which in this scenario amounts to 119 million guilders. This scenario can be considered the scenario whereby everything goes in accordance to the plan and in accordance with the current signed outline agreement. Scenario 2. This scenario, which can be considered the worst case scenario, in relation to the signed outline agreement, whereby Mullet Bay is not sold and there are no proceeds from the litigation. This scenario will lead to an additional 11 million guilders added to St. Martin's financial obligation, which is 6.49% of the 180 million guilders. Adding this 11 million guilders to the 119 million will amount to 131 million guilders. Scenario 3, lastly, Scenario 3, which can be considered the best case scenario, whereby the proceeds from the litigation amount to 230 million and Mullet Bay sold at 180 million. In this scenario, St. Martin financial obligation will be lowered by 15 million guilders, which is 6.49% of the 230 million due to proceeds from claim, and the total financial impact for St. Martin will be 104 million guilders. Do note, I have presented 3 scenarios to provide you with insight. There are various possible scenarios, both to the benefit or to the detriment of St. Martin's financial obligation in relation to ENNIA. Link to refinancing COVID loans. The COVID loans currently amount to 316.4 million guilders at an interest rate of 3.4%. In 2023, the loans were linked to an ENNIA solution. Prior to the expiration date in October 2023, St. Martin was told refinancing terms will be subject to both Curaçao and St. Martin solving the ENNIA debacle jointly. Because refinancing was needed, the application of 3.4% was determined. We received a more favorable interest rate, which amounts to approximately 10 million guilders per year for 20 years, because St. Martin had a possible ENNIA solution. Due to Curaçao not agreeing with this solution, they received a higher interest rate. The COVID loans were refinanced for 1 year. As such, they will be expiring coming October 2024. Fact is, in the event there is no ENNIA solution, this will impact the refinancing terms of these COVID loans. In the event that solution is accepted, then interest decreases to 2.9% yearly, which is a savings of approximately 1 million guilders per year. However, which is a total of 208 million accumulated interest over 30 years. Extension to commencement of repayment, which will start in year 15 for an amount of 98 million guilders, then in year 22 for an amount of 100 million guilders, and lastly in year 30 for an amount of 116 million guilders. Savings 2024. 7 million guilders will be saved in 2024 because this new loan agreement will go in as of January 15th, 2024, and will reduce the current agreed repayment of 9 million guilders to 2 million guilders in 2024. But surprisingly, upon receipt of this draft loan agreement yesterday, this much better agreement, which is promised, we noted that a paragraph is included in the draft loan agreement which states, and I quote, "We cannot have any negotiations with regard to partially or completely forgiving these loans, which were a result of a pandemic. I do not see how adding this is a benefit. It seems like another forced condition pushed upon us while dangling lower interest rates, which accumulates to 208 million guilders on a loan of 316 million guilders. Reject ENNIA solution. Higher interest rates, similar to Curaçao and Aruba. In the draft loan agreement, which is not signed, it is stated in the event Parliament of St. Martin does not agree with the solution as of October, the interest on the COVID loans will be applicable current Dutch market interest rate for the remaining term plus added on this a risk premium of 3.7%. Just to give some indication, if the rate of the COVID loans is increased to 6% compared to 3.4%, this will be approximately 18 million guilders per year in interest compared to 10 million guilders per year, which will mean 8 million guilders extra per year. Changes to the repayment terms are also some possibilities, and 9 million guilders repayment due in October 2024. In conclusion, a rejection of this ENNIA solution will have a negative influence on the COVID loan refinancing negotiations. As Minister of Finance, I was asked to sign a new loan agreement prior to the departure of State Secretary Van Huffelen, to which I respectfully informed BZK that I would not sign any agreement until Parliament, the representatives of the people, have made a decision on the agreement presented with all its financial consequences for the country of St. Martin. I was, however, fortunate to receive the draft of the new loan agreement yesterday upon my request, allowing me to provide you with this information. Mullet Bay. Mullet Bay has emotional, sentimental value to both myself and most of the people of St. Martin. I would like to make clear the current signed outline agreement does not include any benefits for country St. Martin or priority given to St. Martin receiving first rights to purchasing Mullet Bay. There is a conflict of interest with regard to Mullet Bay, given the fact that Curacao stands to benefit more from a higher sale of Mullet Bay, as their distribution key in ENNIA stands at 93.51% compared to our 6.49%. Selling Mullet Bay at the highest possible value will reduce their financial obligations significantly. Meanwhile, we, St. Martin, where Mullet Bay is located, would want Mullet Bay sold at the least to us at first rights, because fact is, we can't cut up Mullet Bay and share it here, there, and elsewhere. Bear in mind, Mullet Bay is the last prime location on St. Martin. A good investment plan, once purchased, could lead to years of future income for country St. Martin. Also, let's take into account the board's composition of the resolution fund, whereby 1 member represents St. Martin, 2 members represent Curacao, and 1 member represents the central bank. I think with that composition, it is evident that the chances are slim to none that Mullet Bay will be sold to St. Martin at the appraised value. I personally find this is a missed opportunity to not have included some type of benefits for the first rights to St. Martin in the signed outline agreement, at least where it pertains to Mullet Bay, which is located right here on St. Martin. At this time, I would like to briefly note some observations when it comes to this agreement. And these are my observations. Policyholders secured. This would mean that the policyholders would receive 100% towards their pension, therefore no cuts. However, was this the best possible solution for all involved? 2, ENNIA continues. This solution is now securing the new ENNIA through the governments of St. Martin and Curacao respectively. Meanwhile, we have corporate governance that gives government hands-off approach to government-owned entities, for example. However, we are instructed to bail out a private-owned company my apologies, that will not only have long-lasting effects to each country, but also we are now setting a precedence where other private companies specifically related to pension can do the same. Number 3, no social unrest. No social implications, as the financial system would now be stable. But at what cost? 131 million guilders, worst case scenario. Finally, dividend payments. 4 million guilders paid to St. Martin commence in 2027. However, the last dividend payment received was 2019. Why didn't St. Martin receive dividends years past? How could the central bank be so confident that they will be able to make dividend payments in 2027 onwards? Will the dividends still be generated without ENNIA? If the current solution for ENNIA is not approved by this Parliament of St. Martin, will the dividends as estimated be paid to St. Martin? Every year for the coming 30 years, at least 18 million guilders in dividends is projected to be paid out from the central bank, of which 1 million stays in St. Martin and 3 million goes to ENNIA for the next coming 30 years. Effects to the economy. While no damage to the economy due to the bankruptcy of ENNIA, it will be setting St. Martin back financially for 30 years, as this will have an effect on the country's overall financial picture. At this point, less will be done. Refinancing, number 6, refinancing at lower rates. The refinancing of the COVID loans due to the decrease in the interest rate is favorable. Why was this ENNIA debacle even tied to COVID loans and subject to higher interest rates if we do not solve the ENNIA matter? 7, Netherlands happy. Of course they are, because we are compliant and in more debt. 8, Curacao contented. We have safeguarded ours and their policyholders, as it was required that the solution have to be the same. 9, St. Martin compliant. Aren't we always? No separate solution allowed. Of the 30,000 policyholders, the majority are from Curacao, a total of 27,000. Why couldn't both countries find a solution separately or independently? Lack of supervision. The responsibility of the supervision of ENNIA lies with various stakeholders, including the central bank. However, because of central bank's inability to supervise effectively, St. Martin now has to pay for their errors. When it happens again, the inefficiencies as an entity whose main task is to keep the financial situation of our monetary union stable, clearly dropped the ball. What reassurance do we have as a country that this would never happen again? And just perhaps we should consider St. Martin being excluded from the central bank, as we are now forced to be tied to the hip and to be in agreement with Curacao when it comes to dealing with matters of the central bank. Penalties. With non-acceptance to solution, this speaks for itself. CFT, selective RFT compliance. It is funny how in the event of ENNIA, CFT, even though stating that getting a loan for operations is not allowed, is now of the opinion for this case that it is allowed. In the same case, we propose to get a loan for the prison in preparation of adjustments to the budget. However, this was denied because of not being in line with RFT. This also applies to GEBE, as we were in conversations of taking a loan to assist GEBE. However, they also stated this is not in line with RFT. However, for a private entity, rules can be broken because it is acceptable to CFT, but those same rules does not apply when it comes to situations as the prison and GEBE, because it seems ENNIA is more important. Risk associated with solution. As previously mentioned, there are many risks. No proceeds from claim, central bank can't make the dividends promised, peak facility much higher, dividends from ENNIA entities much lower, no sale of Mullet Bay. Deadline approaching. This matter seemed rushed. Were there no consideration for other solutions? ENNIA will be in financial problems as of March 2025, As such, a decision needs to be taken prior to then. The Dutch has linked it to COVID loans, thus forcing a decision prior to the expiration of loans in October 2024. Forced. This matter seems like the decision has already been made and leaves the respective parliaments with no other choice than to agree, dangling lower interest rates to the COVID loans instead of it being no interest, knowing that we were not only facing the worst pandemic in modern times, but also recovering from hurricanes Irma. What about equality within the kingdom, as well as equal discussions with financial leverage being applied? Link to COVID loans, 316.4 million guilders, knowing the financial effects that this interest mutations can have on such a big amount, knowing that this loan was needed due to a pandemic, and now using the same loan as a leverage to take out the minimum amount of 104 million guilders from the country, and then including in the new so-called beneficial loan agreement with an interest of 2.9%. But a statement that we are not allowed to have any discussions pertaining to partial or complete forgiveness of these loans, in my opinion, is modern-day slavery. In closing, the expected financial obligation for St. Martin will be at least 104 million guilders in the event that it goes according to plan. I thank you for your attention, and I truly hope that you have a better understanding of all the implications that this decision may have. Personally, even though I am not aware of all possibilities considered, I do not believe that this was the best solution for St. Martin. To be forced in solving ENNIA's financial mishaps at 100%, as well as the lack of supervision by various stakeholders, including the central bank, we are not only setting a precedent for other institutions under the supervision of the central bank to being subject to being bailed out by St. Martin. The fact that central bank has not paid dividends for years, but can now suddenly promise to make dividend payments of 18 million guilders per year is a slap in the faces to the people of St. Martin, and by extension, Curacao. And the irony to include a peak facility where the central bank and ENNIA knew is safeguarded, but the country's accumulated more debt in saving a private company cannot have been the best solution. And it is unfortunate that St. Martin could not have secured some benefit as it relates to picturesque Mullet Bay, which is located right here. To add insult to injury, the Netherlands placing a condition in a draft loan agreement whereby we cannot ever discuss nor partially nor complete forgiveness of loans, which was a result of a worldwide pandemic. Yet we must smile and be happy when we receive the apology for slavery. But they continue to use threats of high interest on pandemic loans to force the islands into more debt. Don't be confused, as I do not believe in biting the hand that feeds us. But what about equality within the kingdom? The interest rates on the COVID loans are different on all the islands because they are dependent on how compliant the countries are. In our case, it is compliant on if we save the private entity ENNIA, and we must make sure the solution is the same as Curacao, who has 27,000 policyholders. Bear in mind, I am sympathetic to the 3,000 policyholders, and I do believe they are entitled to their fair share as they have contributed to their pension with the promise that they will receive it. However, a mutually beneficial solution could have been found. I thank you for your time and attention. If there are any questions, I am open to receiving them. May your conscience be your guide as you make a decision in the best interest of St. Martin. May God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless the people of St. Martin. I thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
I see the Minister of Finance. I wanted to say thank you. Do you have?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to ask if we can adjourn this meeting, as I really need to attend and pay my respects to a family member who has passed. So if we can adjourn and then resume thereafter.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. And firstly, you're asking if we can adjourn at this moment, or can you entertain some questions of the members of Parliament and then we adjourn? So could you please reply to that, and then I will.
I can entertain questions from the members of Parliament and then we adjourn.
Then I need to ask, yes, hold on. I need to ask you, Minister, at what time then would you suggest the adjournment so that members can be at about?
At about 1?
At about 1. That will give us probably one speaker, as we have like 20 minutes in the first round. But in any case, okay, so we're going to, let me start with allowing the members the opportunity to pose questions at this time. And Minister of Finance, we'll see how that goes in terms of your request for an adjournment. And I guess the intention is to continue thereafter. The members of, so thank you, Minister of Finance and members of Parliament. Of course, we come now to the members of Parliament, but before that, I see MP Jacobs probably has a proposal of order, so a proposal with respect to the topic at hand. MP Jacobs.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to one and all. I just wanted to make a proposal of order instead of starting with one and not necessarily finishing. If we, seeing that the lunchtime is also now and others may also want to pay their respects, that we do take the break now and then resume with the questioning. It is a proposal in terms of the handling of the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very much so, MP Jacobs. Totally in line with the reason for a proposal of order. And unless there's anyone to object to this proposal, then I will continue as proposed. No one objects to it, so Minister of Finance, what we'll do, we'll adjourn now. I'll adjourn now until 2 p.m. 2 p.m. we shall return for this meeting. So, Minister of Finance, thank you once again for your presentation. I am going to ask you to ensure that in the meantime, that has already been confirmed. And thank you, members of Parliament, for your attendance thus far. And I hereby adjourn this meeting until 2 p.m. Meeting adjourned. We will close it in person, yeah. Members of Parliament, support staff of the members of Parliament and the Parliament itself, the Minister of Finance and her support staff here present, persons in the tribune, persons following this meeting online or otherwise, good afternoon and welcome back to this public meeting of Parliament, a public meeting number 18, in which we are discussing the matter of ENNIA, on which the Minister of Finance earlier today presented an outline of the status of the agreement regarding ENNIA, and we arrived at a point where members of Parliament can now chime in and ask questions. And according to my speakers list, we have MP Ludmila De Wever up. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you, Griffier, Minister of Finance and your team, my colleagues, those viewing and listening in. I want to say thank you for summarizing this in a very easy to digest manner, because it has been some time since the CC, and I really appreciate getting it this way. It literally just listed out everything very, very clearly. When we started the CC, another minister was in your place. That's normal. But one of the questions that I asked back then was about getting an idea. Maybe it's too detailed because I'm a numbers person, getting an idea of really what was coming sort of like on a yearly basis. And it was just to get an understanding of the urgency of what amounts of money were needed from year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. So is that information that I can review so that we really get the understanding? Because all we're getting still is a full sum amount, rather than looking at the urgency of, well, is all of that amount of money due now, or is all of that amount of money due more towards the end of the term of the lifespan of the persons that are policyholders? Besides that, I was a little bit taken aback. I would like to refer back to a comment that the Minister of Finance made during her presentation, where she mentioned that no dividends were paid out from the central bank since 2019. Now, I just wanted to clarify that really for everybody's understanding. Was it that no dividends were paid out because there was no money made, or were the dividends allocated, applied to something else? That's important for me to understand, because then it allows us to know that there is money still coming from the central bank that could potentially cover this. But it's just really to say why it wasn't. I am not asking specifically for what it was applied to, more so of, we did get it, these were the amounts available to us every year, and then government decided to apply it to something else. Because then it means that we are going to continue this trend of everything that's supposed to come into government will keep being applied to something else, which means that we never do get anything. And then again, I refer back to the whole reason we're here, which is what I mentioned again. The first time we started this discussion in the Central Committee meeting was the fact that we are bailing out a company. We're going to handle the fact that we have a little over 3,000 policyholders on the island that we now have to take care of because of what I referred to as collusion in the past of multiple players, multiple stakeholders. And I need to have assurance that this country won't go down that way again, because it was collusion that took place that brought us to this position. And again, at the end of the day, this leaves 3,084, I believe, policyholders without any payment. And I would like to know, very simply, if since this issue happened and we had a pause in trying to figure out this bailout, Was anyone paid or were their payments on hold? Because if no one was paid, they haven't been receiving their pensions since they started. And that's the point that I think we're all missing here now, because one thing that I do appreciate from the Minister of Finance is explaining us that if we continue down this road, we have a lower interest rate to pay. If we decide that we're going to go and renegotiate a better deal for St. Martin, which means that the policyholders are still covered, that it is a little bit higher percentage, and we got the cost broken down to us. And I think maybe this is just the beginning of opening Pandora's box of collusion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. Members of Parliament, remember that this is a public meeting, and as such, in order for you to speak, you have to sign onto the speakers list. So we do have another member of Parliament, and that is the member Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, the Kefir, the Minister again, her support staff. Just trying to get this document open. And the viewing audience. Yes, Madam Chair, first of all, can we get clarity on the speaking time? I don't think you mentioned how long the speaking time was.
MP Irian, 20 minutes in the first round and 10 minutes in the second round.
Okay, perfect. Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to state to the Minister of Finance, I appreciate the presentation. As was mentioned before, it was very clear and detailed, and I'm happy that we are here today to deal with the policy, mainly for the policyholders of ENNIA, because that's why we're here today. In addition to that, I saw a press, I believe it's a press release that went out this morning from the minister. So I'm also going to take that into consideration in my questioning, but also my statements. Minister, you mentioned in your opening remarks that you sympathize and empathize with the policyholders, and that you also believe there is a mutually beneficial solution for the policyholders and St. Martin. When I had my notification this morning, I mentioned that I also requested a meeting to have this meeting today, and the chair mentioned that the meeting today is not my request, it's actually one of continuation, so the one that the minister wanted. So today, I was expecting then that if there is a better solution, that I would have heard that today. And what's interesting, when the break was given, that was also the discussion among the members of Parliament, including the coalition members. They were as confused as I was after the presentation in terms of, okay, if this is not the best way, then what is the best way? In addition to that, what was mentioned to me by policyholders, we have a lot of the 3,000 persons, a lot of them work at the medical center, some are teachers. Immediately, I started to get questions on okay, we hear this now, but then what? Last year, March, when this process started, it came to us that from the Netherlands that, hey, we have a situation with ENNIA and a solution needs to be found. By July, there was a solution found, and at that time, we all had agreed, and CFA said that no, this will be, it's not the best solution for Curaçao in terms of future financing and the CapEx. So in July, we had to go back to the drawing board and find a new solution. So within 3 months, so July to September, a new solution was found. This current government is already there for, let's say, about 2 months. So you would have had the same amount of time for us, or for yourself, through Madam Chair, to find a better solution if there is one. Because the solution that's on the table now is not my solution. is the best solution that we had at that point in time with the data that was given to us at that time. So if there is a solution, and your last statement was, I'm sure you, Madam Chair, that in your opinion, it's not the best solution and we could have found a better one. At the end of the day, through you, Madam Chair, as a Minister of Finance, those are very, very strong words. And I want the best for St. Martin and the policyholders. And I believe all of us inside here also. So I would say that if that's the case, to take the time then and present us with this better solution. You also mentioned that no one from your team was involved, and that's absolutely not true. Unless they didn't inform you, and then they'll be lying. Because your senior legal in your cabinet was the main person or the main individuals that was part of this solution. The main key individuals. So you can't say that no one from your team was aware or part of it, because that key individual was part of this. So I would also like clarity on that. Was that person not involved, and didn't he inform you of the process? In the beginning of your presentation also, you made it clear that you had absolutely nothing to do with this solution. And basically, my interpretation of it is basically you're distancing yourself from that solution. But you can't, it's interesting to distance yourself from a solution or proposal when it's convenient. But if you distance yourself from the ENNIA solution, but we don't distance ourselves, for example, from an article I read the other day from the Ministry of Finance on the CapEx and the receiver's office, those are also our solutions. The canteen was a brainchild of myself and my cabinet. It was not a brainchild of the current government, but there was no distancing of ourselves from that. There was no distancing ourselves from the vacation pay, the vacation allowance. That was the work of, let's say, the hard work of the unions, the CCSU, Ministry of Asset and Finance. So it cannot be at convenience we distance ourselves, and then when there's let's say, a controversial topic, there's a distance. You also mentioned in your presentation that, through you, Madam Chair, that you sought advice. One of the individuals you sought advice from was former Minister of Finance, Mr. Gibson. What I would like to know is, in what capacity did this happen? Was it as Minister of Finance and Gibson as the board member of ENNIA? That's also part of this. Because the messages that I got from the policyholders were, how can you go to the rat to ask questions about the cheese? How can you go to Ansari to ask Ansari how to fix Ansari problems? Last week on the radio, former Minister Gibson said, and this is not my words, it's his words, we can fact check it. Minister Gibson said, former minister said, the policy holders of ENNIA were never at risk. Gibson said on radio, the policy holders of ENNIA were never at risk. Is this the same advice that he gave you, through you, Madam Chair? Did he indicate to you that they were never at risk? When we were dealing with this situation, I was advised by the legal team not to be in discussions without legal staff around, with individuals from the board or on site directly, because I was also approached to have these meetings. For these exact reasons, to make sure that there's full integrity in this process, also knowing that there is a court case still going on, also knowing that, because now everything can be implicated. So what I would like to know also, through Madam Chair, is what other advice did Mr. Gibson give? What other advice did he give? And who else was in this meeting? Can the Parliament get the minutes of this meeting? Can the Parliament get the minutes of this meeting? And again, I want to be clear, in what capacity was this meeting? As the Minister of Finance, Gibson, in what capacity as board member, current board member, what capacity? It was also stated, Molebe, 180 million guilders. What I would like to know is, based on which appraisal is this? We had an appraisal a few years ago, and then a second one was done, and a third one was pending. And we even stated in Parliament that that last appraisal, when it's done, actually MP Christophe Emmanuel had actually asked for it at that point in time and said, listen, we want to know the value, and it shouldn't be a secret, at least bring it to Parliament. We have never gotten it. So can that latest appraisal be brought to Parliament, please? Because we see 180 million guilders, and I want to know what appraisal is this based on. Members of this coalition also discussed the expropriation of the Molibe land. You also indicated how important Molibe is to us. Can you indicate that the Council of Ministers has or have had this discussion and even started this process, because the power is now in our hands? I've even seen it from heard it from the current Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Rummy. I heard it on radio also, that this is a possibility. So is this process, is this a true process that we are possibly looking at? Has the process started? Secondly, what are the risks of that? So what are the risks, the legal risks of starting that process? I know we did it once already, years ago, for one of the roads in, I believe, Cahill Bellier. So what are the legal risks of starting that? Are there financial consequences to this? Are these financial consequences linked to the actual value of Molibe? And where will we get the money from in terms of the financial consequences of taking this action versus, for example, buying it outright? I also think, through you, Madam Chair, 1 second. In politics, it's always interesting, depending what side of the aisle you sit. Sitting on that side, you're responsible for the people, you have the information, and on this side, sometimes you play a little bit more politics. But once you switch roles, the accountability looks different. But I'll go back a little bit in time to sitting on this side. Former Member of Parliament, MP Grisha Heliger Martin, when I was minister, questioned me and said that we need to refinance the loans and not go through the Netherlands. The information is still here in Parliament, so I'm going to do a brief reminder. MP Heliger mentioned that there is an individual, Mr. Midima, who informed the group that he has been engaged in informal conversations with technocrats within the Dutch government and the Ministry of Bezeka. The informal conversations centered on the Dutch government granting a guarantee to the consortium to allow St. Martin to refinance our COVID loans. Mr. Medina also informed the group that during these informal conversations, granting St. Martin a guarantee was received favorably. These sentiments were also echoed in Parliament by the MP. I have the article, Madam Chair. I can also submit it to you, but you can also Google it. It'll be right there. I'm pretty sure also your now colleague also has this information. So now my question to you is, has your colleague, Minister of TIAT, MP Grisha Heliger, Minister Grisha Heliger Martin, informed you of this possible solution, the MOU that was presented? Was this brought to the Council of Ministers? Because it cannot be that on this side of the aisle you have all the solutions. It cannot be. On this side, oh, we don't need the Dutch loans. We have a person to refinance. There were 3 or 4 articles sending me emails consistently on this, meeting this individual who has the solution for St. Martin and financing our loans. But now you're on that side. Now you're on that side. That should have been the first action, not looking to see, especially with the Prime Minister saying that we're potentially bankrupt. I would hope to hear we are potentially bankrupt, but Mr. Medina has the solution for us, who will refinance our loans if we would not have to go through the Netherlands, which means we wouldn't have to deal with ENNIA today because we wouldn't have a concern for October that's coming up. Because that's the main concern. The main concern, to you, Madam Chair, is that the loans in October, but the solutions are already there. Because Mr. Medina, that Mr. Blackman also brought forward, so Mr. Blackman, be very clear, Mr. Medema and then former MP Grisha Hediger Martin presented the solution. So what I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Finance, was this brought forward? When you do get the information from your colleague, I would like to hear from you do you also think that that's a possible solution? When you get the information, do you think that's a possible solution? Would you go down that route of financing through Mr. Medema? Because those answers will determine partially how we proceed here in Parliament. Because those are very, very critical parameters for us to move forward. In addition to that, I would like to know, do you believe that in your, Madam Chair, in your position of Minister of Finance, having meetings with persons listed on the document of the court cases will have any significant impact on the court cases going forward? Do you believe that your informal meetings with the minister, persons listed on the document will have any further ramifications for the court cases going forward? Because we're spending a lot of money right now on these court cases, trying and be winning. Secondly, are there any other individuals listed on that document of individuals or board members that you have had meetings with pertaining to the situation? Because as I mentioned before, and maybe I should say it in more political terms, the 300 policyholders are 3,000 policyholders are 3,000 voters, 3,000 families, 3,000 persons that are very concerned about the statements made today. They are very concerned that they don't have anywhere else to go because the person that they are entrusted to are seeking advice from the person that put them in this position. Because Ansari hasn't fixed Malawi in 20, 30 years. It isn't like that because of us. The dividends, it was also stated that where the dividends is concerned, you said that it's 50 years that will significantly impact our finances. Aren't we getting $1 million extra every year after this is done? So yes, yes, the total would have been 4. About $3 million goes to the solution, and isn't about 1 million guilders coming to us every year after this? Would you consider, this morning we had the EDFTA, we had members of the EDFTA evaluation here, and it was one of the first times, I believe, that I saw full unity in Parliament when it came to the EDFTA laws and CFTA. And in those discussions, I also stated that we can't continue to say we're going to accept decisions short term because we may have 2 minutes left. Okay, thank you. We can't continue to have short-term decisions because we're scared of a pinch financially. So my suggestion is, if that, because again, you mentioned this, if there's a better solution and you do not believe this is the best solution, then I believe then, let's pack this up, because this is not my solution. I want the best solution for CMA and for the policyholders. So then there's only 2 options. Let's pack this up. In October, we pay what we have to pay, because it'll only be a temporary hit. If we did a solution in 3 months, 3-4 months extra, we can find another solution then. We can take a temporary hit, but overall we'll benefit because there'll be a solution on the table where Malawi will be involved, where the policyholders will be saved, and we will be saving money. So there's only two options then. A new solution will be presented to Parliament, or through you, Madam Chair, the Minister will come back to Parliament to tell us that this is the only solution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. Allowing the MPs who wish to speak the opportunity to sign in, and we have signing in at this time, MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. A pleasant good afternoon to you, my colleagues, the Honorable Minister Support Team, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Martin that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I just have a few brief points that stood out to me. During the opening remarks of the Honorable Minister, basically the impression that I got as well is that the Minister is distancing herself from this entire situation. Now, for me, I'm kind of curious how that's going to work out, because ultimately, as gezagdragers, as the executive branch, you are the one that have to make the decision. Of course, the opinion of Parliament is weighed, and you still have to execute. I can't see myself ever agreeing with something that my heart knows it isn't correct. So I hope that some clarity can be brought forward based on that statement, if I misinterpret it. I was going to ask if the Minister can repeat who all was consulted during the period, because that was also a point. I thought I heard some extra names, but if some clarity can be provided through you, Madam Chair Lady, on that point. And I remember when there was Sun Resorts posted a piece of the property being for sale. It was in the papers, I believe, and online as well. And I gave a strong message to them saying that before anything is put to sale, when I was in my capacity as Minister of Romy, that they have to consult with the Council of Ministers. So I would like to know if that is still on the table, because I saw some different prices given in terms of different scenarios. I would like some clarification on that. What are the in-depth discussions when it comes to the sale? And if the sale of Mono Bay is one of the options that is currently being discussed, I would like to know what has the government, via the central bank, via Sun Resorts, via this special arrangement that is taking place, what role does the government play in terms of the sale of Mono Bay? And how far are they already, if these discussions are taking place? I kind of laughed when I heard my colleague just now mention that the former MP, now Minister, Helga Martin, asked him to meet with some. It seems to be a trend, because she tried to get me to go to Miami to meet with some business people as well. So it seems to be a trend. And at the end of the day, Madam Chair Lady, at that point in time, I indicated that if you have a problem in St. Martin, then you come to meet me in my office in St. Martin. I'm not going to fly to Miami to meet anyone. My next question or statement, Madam Chair, through you, is that it seems that the Minister is clearly not in agreement with the presentation here today in terms of actually going through with this. So basically tying to my colleague, the previous speaker, what is the solution then? What is your solution? What would the ministry say would be a viable option to bring a solution for those 3,000 plus clients that needs a resolution? And or is it the idea of the ministry or the government at this point to just leave them up in the wind? Because I really, really would like some clarity on that, because that's 3,000 families that are dependent, that are maybe tuned in now, trying to find out where their future stands. Madam Chair, I'll leave it there for now until some clarification is given on the above-mentioned questions, and I will follow up. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, MP Doran. I look at the floor, and I give the floor to MP Marlin. MP Marlin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Presidium. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament. Good afternoon again to the Minister of Finance and her support staff. Good afternoon to the listening population. Madam Chair, when I heard the presentation, when I listened to the presentation, my first reaction, why wasn't my colleague MP right next to me consulting, seeing that he was the immediate past Minister of Finance? But I heard the name Richard Gibson, that he was consulted. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask the following question. In which capacity was Mr. Gibson consulted? As a former finance minister, as a former supervisory board director of ENNIA, or as the personal advisor from Ansari? Mr. Ansari, I heard one of my previous ministers say, you don't put the rat to mind the cheese. But Madam Chair, I have to go again to what we was discussing earlier. Here again, we are publicly discussing the business of a private company, while information on a supposedly foreign entity needs to be kept as a secret, as classified information to protect their existence and identity. And our government is asked to do business with them. Something don't add up, Madam Chair. But Madam Chair, I just want to ask one question through you, Madam Chair. What is the new amendment or proposal the current minister is asking Parliament to approve? You've made mention also of a proposal received on Van Huffelen. Is this proposal ready to be shared with Parliament? Or if you're asking Parliament to approve a new proposal? Madam Chair, what I see today was a fancy, nice presentation, but what I'm missing is what is the minister's solution. I keep hearing, in my opinion, in my opinion, in my opinion. So I would like to hear exactly what it is your opinion. And like MP said, let me get a little politics now in between. Madam Chair, I heard a comment we could have built with the money, could build schools, pay justice workers, build new roads, probably build a hospital. Madam Chair, I see the current finance minister is sitting here as a member of the Democratic Party. Madam Chair, the Democratic Party in the newspaper or online have a beautiful article celebrating 70 years of existence. Celebrating 70 years. Kudos. But in that 70 years, what have we seen? What have we seen? What are you linking to? What is this great celebration about? When today I'm hearing things about ENNIA, I'm reading reports about the harbor, I'm reading reports too, a prosecutor report where it say how much millions went missing and what all could have been built, including schools, hospitals, new roads. So those statements could tie in a little bit. You understand? So, Madam Chair, that's it for now, as I have my questions for the second round.
Thank you, MP Marlin. And according to the list of speakers, I now invite MP La Cruz to take the floor. MP La Cruz, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to the Minister of Finance, your support staff, and my colleague members of Parliament, and those that are watching on social media. I'm a little confused. I have a couple questions, but from the presentation that was given by the Minister of Finance, and then hearing the previous Minister of Finance, I'm starting to believe that no one wants this to happen. And it's kind of strange, you know, what ideas and where we're going. But I'm curious, from a legal, legislative perspective, what exactly are we trying to approve today? What is sought? I do not see a national ordinance before us, and normally that's something that would take place, and strictly when it comes to laws. Other than the Central Committee, which can approve a limited number of things, such as travel, how exactly is this approval to be given? And what is the legal weight that such has? Because I would have thought that the correct thing to do would be that this would ensure that this would go through a national budgetary amendment, one that it's CFT, the Council of Vice, the Fiscal Affairs, the SER, and other entities could advise Parliament on these matters. If you want to refer to the position of Parliament, the latest position of Parliament was, that was in January 2023 by MP Manuel, MP Bryson, which clearly stated that the interests of St. Martin and its people are always paramount and included in every discussion regarding the sale of Mullet Bay property, and all options are explored. Is this still the case? Is this still the case? Because the motion that outlined the solution where via the central bank the government should have first right to refusal for the purchasing of Mullet Bay by the financing is via the income of the 1% fee. District governments can get its own secure development for property. ENNIA receives funds needed, and the interest of St. Martin becomes paramount. Third question, if Curacao did not approve this plan, and that by far many people in Curacao are affected by ENNIA's, I don't even want to say the word. Why is St. Martin still required to give approval? Question 4, has the government explored the possibility of migrating as many of the policyholders from ENNIA to APS, where the debts and the asset swaps could cover both sides of each entity balance sheet with future premiums? Question 5. In addition, we hear 4 million guilders in dividends with 3 million going to bailing out ENNIA. The question remains again, does the good gentleman, Mr. Ansari, closer and closer to the end of the line, losing the court case after court case, why are we doing this? Why are we responsible and need to pay. Why are we not trying to seek the funds from him? Because I'm going to tell you this, Minister, if it was a small businessman here, we would be on his back like a dose of salt. So that question with moving the 3,000 policyholders is extremely important to me, and why we can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. The next speaker on the topic is MP Christophe Emmanuel. I'm smiling, MP, because I was looking at that paper while it's right here in front of my face. MP Christophe Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. And good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to my honorable colleagues, the Minister and her support staff. Good afternoon. I remember when the former minister came into Parliament and we had this discussion. It was a good discussion. I think it was one of the best discussions I've had with him in a long time. He really didn't call me no names then. And I remember there was a number of proposals, and the minister said they were all rejected by the Dutch government. Or BZK, they were all rejected. And I was wondering, and I'm still questioning, what is it that they have to do with this? Because I also remember when they said they don't give financing to third parties. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. So my position on it hasn't changed. And just what I told the minister then, I'm going to tell you the same thing now. It's a bad, bad agreement. And it's not good for St. Martin, and that was the difference between the minister and I when I said that I feel and I believe that St. Martin is losing with this agreement, and the minister said no, he thinks St. Martin is winning. But I heard the former minister ask some questions a while ago, and I have to agree with some of them. Because this is the first time in any presentation in relation to this, I've heard Mullet Bay came up so often. But not only so often, but a price tag attached to it. 180 million? 108? 108 or 180? 180. 180 million. Where did that come from? Because I have been asking, and we have been asking for an appraisal report or a latest appraisal report. So I am curious to figure out where is this 180 million coming from. Now, I know that this is a OVA. My question to you, Honorable Minister, is what it is you're asking of Parliament to do. Is it you're asking to reject this agreement? Is it you're asking to postpone? Is it you're asking to approve it? What it is exactly you're asking of Parliament in relation to that? Because if you're asking to reject this agreement, I can tell you, for me, you have the first vote in rejecting this agreement. I heard mention a lot of the policyholders. So I want to ask you, Minister, through the Honorable Chair, correct me if I'm wrong. The interest in the COVID loans, I think, is about 3%, that 3.2%. And, I mean, like I said, through you, the Chair, Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister can correct me. And because we came up with the idea, but I heard the Minister say it's not our idea, it's the best idea, and Curacao rejected the proposal. Then whose proposal is it? is it St. Martin's proposal if Curacao rejected the proposal? And if we are paying 3.2, I want to ask this question. Why can't we pay our own company, our own institution, APS, 4 or 5% to take over the policyholders? Now, I know the former minister said that that was rejected, or other proposals were rejected. Okay, the little that I know of the gentleman, I can't say that he didn't work hard for this to be a reality. I am asking you to work even harder to make we taking over our responsibility of the 3,000 plus with APS, have that discussion and see where it goes from there. This is not a good deal for St. Martin. And I want to ask this question through you, Madam Chair. What percentage of the central bank is owned by St. Martin? 22%, 28%? Which one is it? Because I had this discussion with some, I would say, intellectual people, the 1% who understand these numbers and, you know, who understand how this works. And I was trying to explain to them, and you can correct me, that St. Martin is paying twice. And then they turn and they tell me this about Curacao. When they say, I tell them, I say, that's not my problem. I am concerned about St. Martin. Because the central bank, Madam Chair, also have to put in their share of contribution relating to this issue of ENNIA. The central bank also has to contribute. Now, if the central bank has to contribute too as well, does that include a 28% of St. Martin ownership? The question is where the central bank getting their money from to make the contribution into the recovery of ENNIA. Because if Curacao owned the majority share and then St. Martin owned the least, 28%, I would want to believe that the funds from Curacao and St. Martin is where the central bank would be getting their monies from to pay in. But then if that is the case, the 28% that we own, they are taking monies from that to pay into it, and then we here in St. Martin still have to pay into it too as well. Isn't that like St. Martin paying twice? And this was the discussion I had with them. Isn't it that we are paying twice? What's the benefit for St. Martin? I keep asking that. And 2019 was the last time we got dividends. So now the central bank is making dividends available to St. Martin that they never did before in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. But now we have dividends. So through you, Madam Chair, my question is, what happened to the dividends of 2020, 2021, 2022? How is it that St. Martin wasn't getting those dividends? What happened to that portion of the money, Madam Chair Lady? Because now that money is being made available, that St. Martin can pay. But Madam Chair, if that's the case, on the street, the boys will call it highway robbery. They'll call it highway robbery, Madam Chair. Because you owe me, you got money for me, but you ain't giving it to me. But now you want something back from me, so they make my money available and tell me they take it from that. But yes. How is St. Martin benefiting? How? And I believe my colleague asked a question a while ago too as well. La Cruz, the honorable member, why are we not going after Ansari for the hundreds of millions that he's condemned in court for? Why is that not the case? I would like to know, in this whole discussion, who, and I don't know because you're now the new Minister of Finance, perhaps the Honorable or the former minister, but he said that you have a member of the staff through you, Madam Chair, who was integral in this agreement. Integral. So I would like to ask, Madam Speaker, through you to the Honorable Minister, who decided what St. Martin portion should be? Who made that decision? Because the minister kept on saying, the former minister, that it's not his agreement. So within your staff, who was his staff, who made the agreement decision that the amount St. Martin's supposed to pay, or the portion that St. Martin's supposed to pay, is a good one? Who it is? Who's the individual? Who came up with it? And Madam Chair, if we can get that answer, I would also like to ask to tag on to that, based on what that decision was made. Based on what that decision was made. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, St. Martin had no play in this. St. Martin had no play in this. And you know, sometimes when I say that, you know, my concern is not what happened in Curacao, nor what happened in Aruba. Did I say, oh, but you know, you can't do that, they're our brothers and sisters, and yes, that's all true. That's all true. But when Waiver Cruz has to make a decision, she's not making a decision with St. Martin in mind. When PSAS has to make a decision, he's not making a decision with St. Martin in mind. Point in case they don't want Winair to come down there and fly. Even though Jet Air or whatever the airline name gone belly up. But Winair can't come down. You could come, you could pick them up and go back to your business, but you're going to be making irregular flights. That's what I'm talking about. Where's the cooperation with that? But now that we have this issue, what they would call a stinking toe issue, that's going to affect Curacao much more than St. Martin must be the one to jump in now and bail out everyone. No, it can't be. Why is it? You know, I went to Angola the other day, Madam Chair, and the departure fee in Angola is $11. The departure fee on the French side is $5. And somebody was complaining, oh, Angola is high. I said, no. Angola know their value. Angola know their worth. And I told them, I said, the thing is this. Angola care about themselves first before they care about anyone else. St. Martin cares about everyone else before we care about ourselves first. This can't be that the people of St. Martin will own 28% of a central bank. Dividends have to come in, and we have to carve that over because you had reckless individuals from the central bank. Reckless. Was sat back and saw the plundering of ENNIA, and did nothing about it. So we can comfort our 3,000 plus policyholders and let them know that you're going to work extremely hard to bring them over to a reputable pension fund. Because if we can do 3.2 to the Netherlands, we can do 4 and 5 to our own in terms of interest. We can do it to our own. That 2-point-something million, the amount we have to pay, we can pay it to our own. I don't understand why it is lock, stock, and barrel. We have to continue being hinged to Curacao, especially on this issue. When St. Martin midgets in comparison to the responsibility of what happened with ENNIA. Madam Chair, I don't get it. No. Today is not the day for me to tell my honorable colleagues in the back that I can do this all day. No. I think a solution, another solution should be found. I think we should have another discussion with BZK or whoever else is coming in, or the new individuals who are coming in. My honorable colleague keep making mention of confidential with a company and all kind of stuff. I don't want to have to come back here, honorable minister, and tell you I distancing myself from this too as well, because then we'll become in the distancing coalition. I don't want to do that. But this is a bad deal. It's a bad deal. And if you are here to ask the members of parliament to turn it down, you have your first vote from me. I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Christophe Emmanuel. I now invite MP Roosberg to take the floor. MP Roosberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary General. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance and support staff for the presentation. Blessed day to the public present and the ones listening online. Also a good day to my colleagues, my honorable colleagues. Thank you, first of all, Minister of Finance, for the detailed presentation. Much appreciated. Also a good overview with the positives and the more negative sides to the Hoofdlijnen Akkoord. Today's question, in according to what I have received, is if Parliament approves and agrees with the outline agreement or not. Seeing all the risks mentioned, will there be another solution presented with less risks? And if so, in what timeline? Is there still any civil court case ongoing or not? Also, in regards to current investigations, are there still currently any criminal investigations ongoing in regards to the ones involved in the ENNIA saga? I'm also asking this in regards to possible involved players and future possible court cases, if any. Also, I would like to know what the reason is that Mr. Gibson Sr. was consulted and in what capacity? And how will this Hoofdlijnen Akkoord impact possible civil and or criminal proceedings? And I'm referring to positively and or negatively. Those are my questions for now. For you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roosberg. I believe MP Jacobs is coming to the desk to sign. Yes, that is the case. So I'll await MP Jacobs signing, and then we can continue with the speakers list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues and the griffier, as well as the Honorable Minister and support staff. Good afternoon to the people of St. Martin, including those who are here in person. I would like to also thank the Honorable Minister and her staff for the presentation. Yes, quite clear, but also very much filled with personal observations. And I find that quite interesting because that always used to be asked, you know, what do you feel and how do you feel? And I think heavy is the head that wears the crown and has to do the answering. And so how we feel when in the position sometimes can be factored in when you're thinking and talking about making decisions that impact the people. So having been there and having to take decisions that didn't necessarily sit with me personally, but had to be taken based on the situation at hand, based on the urgency, based on the needs of our population, I can understand the need to express, I don't like this. Because as the former minister, our colleague MP Arian mentioned, when this first came up, the same questions that you have that the minister, through you, Madam Chair, made in her observations in the last slides are the questions that we put forth. And it is so unfortunate that the plight of 3,000 persons who more than likely would include families, because I've seen in previous presentations they extrapolated to the average family being 3 to 4 other persons attached. So that would then be up to 10 to 12,000 people impacted by not being able to collect on monies put into a system over time. That this consideration for us was heavy, but we didn't see that it needed to be tied to the already disputed COVID loans and where we were in the discussion and negotiation thereon. However, the reality of this constant only giving a year so that you're giving that very small window in which to negotiate played a role. A permanent solution, of course, would have been for a longer time. I must say that it speaks to some of the meetings we've held earlier this week and today regarding the dispute regulation, regarding what the CFT and what the IMF has said about St. Martin's economy and our potential, which everyone recognizes. While we're nowhere near our debt ceiling. We do have debt, but we're not near the debt ceiling. But the international community, and I know I might lose some people, but bear with me, the international community has been putting pressure on developed states, the G20 and others, against, in our case, former colonizers, or I should say former colonizers, because we can attest to certain colonialistic behavior still being present, but at least let's say former slaveholders / colonizers, in terms of their responsibility. The international community, including the United Nations, including the IMF, has called them out to step up to the plate as the ones who are the ones contributing more than 90% to climate change to be able to assist small island states. People are going to say, where am I going with this? The international community also says, Madam Chair, and I'm hoping that the current government is aware and to use this as leverage in your next discussions, that small island states should not be forced into debt, unnecessary debt, especially as a result of disasters. And the majority of St. Martin's debt is due to disasters. It's due to the hurricanes, the post-hurricane situation, as well as the liquidity support during COVID-19. And our debt is solely to the Dutch government. On the international stage, I can tell you here that the Prime Minister of the Netherlands was heavily pressured by the Secretary General, by several other Prime Ministers of small island states to, in fact, have discussions on debt cancellation or debt swap initiatives. Debt cancellation or debt swap initiatives, meaning for small countries to be able to develop, let's swap what we have to pay you back to use that money as development aid. So that 10, 12 million that we will be paying back in loans, put that in a disaster risk fund, in a development fund, and let it grow. And whenever we try to have that discussion with the Netherlands outside of the international ears, so in that, let's call it BZK discussion, it's an unequivocal no. So I'm not surprised that they now want to add it as a paragraph if there's a renegotiation, even if it reduces the interest level. That is not where St. Martin wants to go. But you know what happens? You have to fight the crisis you're in at the time. So I understand the quandary you're in because we've been there several times. I think what the past government can be called is the government that had to deal with the most crises. But you now have a couple in front of you as well. And so I'm hoping that we will make the decision for the time and the space that we're in that is best for St. Martin. and hope to live on to continue the fight another day. But armed with the information that the kingdom is quite cognizant, the Dutch government within the kingdom is quite cognizant that internationally, Portugal, as the former colonizers of Cape Verde, gave them debt cancellation or debt swap for development, for aid. So the funds you would miss in having to help out insurance pensioners, you would at least be able to get back what you would have paid for your loans to be able to develop this country. So even while, right, we were having this discussion, now we have access to SDE+. But Lord, make it make sense. Why are you enforcing the repayment of disaster-related loans, whether it's hurricane or COVID, while still offering development aid on the other side? And to me, it's all about the power play in the kingdom. So I believe that this is a discussion that needs to be escalated to kingdom relations committees, to interparliamentary kingdom consultations, and then take it international. Because this type, and I'm going to call it what it is, abuse of a situation where you're bound to take loans from the Netherlands, and then utilizing this, well, you agree to it, quote unquote, statement based on them trying now to add it to this agreement, is a bit disingenuous. And this is the second time this week I'm using that word, but what other word can I use? Because at the end of the day, down the street when the pressure becomes too heavy and they stop, they're going to say, yes, but you still have to pay this back because afspraak is afspraak, and we agree to it. So I would want to say that, echoing the sentiments of my colleagues, if this, and we knew we didn't want this, but it was quote unquote necessary to be able to refinance loans, etc., at the lowest possible rate, which would impact us a certain type of way. And if you have the space and the place and the ammunition to renegotiate, you have my blessing. You have my blessing as well. I would love to hear of any other solution that is possible. And I would like to say, continue to give the pressure via the international community, because small island states, St. Martin and Curacao, cannot put the type of pressure on the Netherlands like their G20 partners. And that's the geopolitics I understand. And I think, especially when we're having the internal discussions with the Dutch, we have seen a lot of improvement. Yes, we have booked it. We're a little unsure as to where it's going to go with the next sitting government, but I think we cannot afford to let it go backwards. We cannot afford to allow these positions to be used against us in terms of enforcing more loans on us, when clearly IMF and all others have mentioned that small island states should not be saddled with with any extra burdens of loans when it is in a matter of emergencies. We should be able to take loans for development if necessary. We should be able to utilize those funds that we're repaying because other independent countries have been able to get grants via the World Bank and others during these same crises. But we are not able to because we're tied to the Netherlands, who's a donor. So looking at the multiple vulnerabilities that we face here in the Caribbean, with hurricanes, with possible tsunamis, with possible earthquakes, and the like, go on and on down the line, that are many that are so closely linked to climate, I think it's important that we do not allow that paragraph to be entered into any new negotiation. We definitely cannot allow that. Every time we've had discussions, we have come up, and even with Curacao and Aruba, to discussions of either debt swap or debt cancellation, and constantly you're hearing no. And I understand that politics is local, and the Dutch representative dealing with us have to deal with their coalition partners as well. But in reality, internationally, it is being recognized that small island states need to be given special treatment because of the multiple vulnerabilities we face, being underdeveloped, even the medium and high income ones. So how does this impact the people of St. Martin? If we are able to retain those funds that we're paying out, we need to take less loans, and we can use those funds to actually sustainably develop St. Martin, sustainably keep our roads fixed and keep them running, not have to, as other MPs talked about, have payments going back that are destined for us. And something that we need to, as Finance Minister, I would like to ask through you, Madam Chair, look into seriously, because every time we have asked that question, it's monies are tied up in, past loans, is the government-owned companies that have the fees at the port and airport, having 100% of that staying in the coffers of those companies. In countries like Anguilla and others, the departure tax stays with the country. Once the overhead is covered of the port, the departure tax or percentage thereof goes directly to the country. And if, as a country, depending on that one pillar tourism, is able to say this amount of the departure tax is coming directly to the coffers of St. Martin, then it makes sense to say you have 2 million visitors. So I hear you in terms of the tourism tax that has been talked about for a while and I haven't seen finalized. I look forward to it, but I encourage you to continue to fight on the front, being cognizant of, even when on the table with the kingdom, that international pressure can play a role. And I'm saying it so they're hearing me, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's a reality that we have to face as small islands. I think we have to use that leverage more, seeing that the main reasons they put is that we have a low economic diversification, just like every other small island Caribbean country and Pacific country. We have constrained fiscal space, and we are vulnerable to external shocks. These are the 3 points why the international community say don't push extra debt on developing countries. And so we must be able to continue to push forward. Yes, we needed a solution quickly for ENNIA. I'm hoping that it can be renegotiated, but definitely not with adding that statement in there that will then haunt us for the rest of the time that we have to pay it back. Continue to fight for debt cancellation and our debt swap for COVID loans as well as hurricane loans, because those are disasters that require, I don't remember the article, but there is an article within our constitution in the kingdom that says we are there to stand by each other. And that's what standing by each other should mean. El Conde beg to stand, yes. Pledging to stand by each other in times of distress. And pushing extra loans was definitely not the intention of that line in the Constitution. So I'm hoping that that can be part of the discussion moving forward. I'm also not clear as to whether we're moving forward with this solution or not. And even though 3 scenarios were put up on the board, I like to look at the financial aspect side by side. I don't know if that can be provided in writing at a later time. Madam Chair, how much more time do I have? 5 minutes. I'm wrapping up anyway. But I believe the interest of the human beings that push this discussion, the reality of our monetary union with Curacao in the central bank, even though a small percentage is ours, no decision can be taken without us, and no decision related to that we can take without Curacao. That's the reality of the agreement. And I think, trying to say differently here on the floor of Parliament is just, it would be utter nonsense. We're in a monetary union. They're the ones that had to monitor the situation. They now own ENNIA, or running ENNIA. So in that position, as governments, we had to take a decision. We have to take a decision as ultimate responsible. And those are the tough decisions that come with governing, which we face on a day-to-day basis. So I would look forward to hearing whether there is another solution in the offing, one that, as others have mentioned, has lower risk for St. Martin, but I would really like to admonish not to accept any new agreement that includes no possibility for renegotiation or for debt cancellation in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you, MP Jacobs, for your presentation. And I continue and offer the floor to MP Brug. MP Brug, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, Lady, through you, I have just 2 questions for the Honorable Minister. Let's make it 3. Questions are as follows. What were all the options that were on the table? What were all the options that were on the table? Whether was it with you or with the previous minister? Do you have minutes probably of those meetings where those options were presented? And if so, if we can provide, if that information can be provided for us. Second, what is the possibility of going back to the drawing board to seek a solution, considering that ENNIA can continue to operate till 2025 without some form of intervention, if I understood you correctly from your presentation? So what is the possibility for us to go back to the drawing board? The following question, I don't want anyone to take it the wrong way, Madam Chair, because it is an election year, but I'm not playing politics with it. Our population is 43,000 persons that live on this island. We are talking about 3,000 policy holders. My question is as follows. How can we not penalize, maybe I'm using the wrong words, penalize the 40,000 that are non-policy holders? How can we not penalize them and instead go after the ones that are responsible, that benefited directly or indirectly from the loss of the 3,000 policy holders? Madam Lady, to you, is that question clear? Yes? Okay. So, and then the last question is, considering it was just given, the answer for the following question I had was, the answer was just given by the Member of Parliament, so I'll leave it at that for those 3 questions for now.
Thank you, MP Brug. And I will now adjourn for 2 minutes as the chair will change at this time. Meeting adjourned, 2 minutes.
I now reopen the meeting. I look at my speakers list, and I give the floor to the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a good afternoon to you, to our Secretary General, to my colleagues, and of course a good afternoon to the Minister of Finance and her support staff. I join my colleagues in expressing my thanks to the Minister for the presentation made earlier. And really, this matter, thank you. And really, this matter has been clarified very much based on the presentation and the way it was presented. Mr. Chairman, through you, in addition to several of the questions that I have, which have already been posed by my colleagues, I have the following few questions to the Minister of Finance. I know many of them cannot be provided by the Minister today because they don't regard the Ministry of Finance directly, but I also know that a minister can obtain the answers to these questions. But let me start out by asking, I heard the Minister of Finance say that the proposed agreement that is now on the table of Parliament was prepared or maybe pursued by the former Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister. And my question to that is there an official decision on the draft agreement or the agreement before Parliament today? And if there was, were there any specific annotations along with this decision regarding the Hoofdlijnen Accord? So was there annotations? And I know that the Minister, Mr. Chairman, through you, would be probably a little cautious in terms of that answer, so I don't need verbatim if there were annotations, but just got some concerns. If there were concerns expressed in or by the taking of the decision on this document by the COM at the time. Since we are on the roll of having this matter broken down as much as possible, as per the presentation of the Minister earlier, I want the Minister to continue on that trajectory, and I ask, can the Minister provide a simplified summary and overview of the financial course of ENNIA Holding and its subsidiaries over, say, the last 5 years, as well as the projections going forward that led to the calculations resulting in the Hoofdlijnen main accord or main agreement? What would the results be? Another question. If right now the amount due from Ansari was made, the amount due according to the courts from Hushang Ansari, if that amount was collected, was had at this moment, what difference would that make for the calculations currently on the table? And I think it needs to be explained, Mr. Chairman, by the Minister of Finance, while the pressure on coming to an agreement is primarily tied to the refinancing of the loans, I think it should be stated up front that that kind of pressure at this time and for the coming 2 years approximately, that pressure does not rest on the policy holders of ENNIA at this time. Because otherwise, this agreement, like the refinancing of the loan, would have had to go into effect by September, October of this year, and that is not the case where the agreement is concerned. So again, what would the results, financial results, be if right now the amount due according to the courts by Ansari was made? Did this come? I'm going to ask the question, Mr. Chairman, but I think from the presentation I got the answer. My question would have been, did this COM, the Council of Ministers, get a chance to review the accord? And does the COM feel comfortable, current COM, presenting to Parliament the decision that is now before us. I think, Mr. Chairman, that I have gotten that answer indirectly from the Minister of Finance with her presentation. And then I want to ask the Minister of Finance and to involve her legal department or legal counsel for that matter with the following question. Can a government and or a parliament legally make such a long-term agreement without an escape clause in the event this entire picture turns out not to be as feasible as projected? We're talking here about a 30-year commitment from the budget of the country and an escape clause as such to say this is not working the way it was projected to us, I don't see in that agreement. And I want to know, can such a long-term agreement/commitment by the Parliament or the government be made without an escape clause? And then I'm asking, does this Council of Ministers not consider it wise to have this agreement analyzed solely from a St. Martin's perspective? This is what I miss in the entire discussion coming to the draft agreement. For example, what does it mean in the long run for our budget, St. Martin budget, our loans, St. Martin loans, our dividends, St. Martin dividends? The CBCS projects its own contributions to the agreement and to both countries. Can the ministry and the minister from the central bank provide Parliament with the financial projections of the central bank underpinning these dividend payments? So based on what has the calculation been made, that dividends can be paid to the countries, to be paid into the ENNIA structure, as well as dividends that the bank itself will pay into the ENNIA structure. So can we get financial information underpinning that? The minister must be aware, through you, Mr. Chairman, that the Parliament of Curaçao unanimously approved and instructed, for the lack of a better word, the government of Curaçao to make all necessary arrangements and attempts to sell the new ENNIA. A motion by the Parliament of Curaçao to do that. And if so, which it has been done, in what is taking place now, is that motion being taken into consideration? So while this whole calculation and agreement reaching is being made, is also in the back of the heads of those involved the motion from Curaçao to sell ENNIA. So are we working on this so that it can be sold and the motion of the Parliament of Curaçao can be executed? I want to come to the issue of Mullet Bay. Who is currently the owner? And if it is Sun Resort, under whichever umbrella of the ENNIA structure, what is the situation with Sun Resort as a company on St. Martin? And if there are any debts such as taxes or whatever have you, how are these going to be settled? And what preference would, if they exist, such taxes, fees, whatever have you, what preference would they get in the whole matter of Sun Resort / Mullet Bay? Which map of the area is being used for the potential, or has been used because some advertisements have already been made about the sale? Which map is used or being used for the sale of Mullet Bay? And I want to know if and in how far it includes the beach at Mulletby. Now, why do I ask this? Mr. Chairman, through you, I have asked successive ministers, and now I ask the Minister of Finance, which I know it's not her forte, it's not her responsibility, but I would really like her to get this information from her colleague minister. And that is the fact that the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin took the government of St. Martin to court to vacate, in other words, the beach at Mulletby, to have it vacated, to have it cleaned up, to remove the structures and the businesses on the beach of Mulletby. I have requested that I receive that request and the verdict, because the request by the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin on behalf of Sun Resort was turned down. So I have asked, I wanted to see the decision of the court in this regard. I have received from a former minister a reminder by the courts to have it executed, but I don't know what the request was. And if the Minister of Finance, through her colleague or colleagues, can obtain that information, it would be helpful. Does this government, given all that is taking place, consider it necessary to pursue with diligence a zoning plan for the area that includes Mulletby? Several of my colleagues have referred to motions expressing the feelings of the Parliament and members of the Parliament on Mulletby. And I want to know, have in the discussions with the Central Bank the issue of the road running through Mulletby come up? Will that remain public? Should it be bought or expropriated to secure the road? Will agreements be made regarding it? Has this been part of the discussions with the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin that manages this entire matter of Mulletby, its sale, and whatever have you? I want to join my colleagues who have asked, where has the appraisal of Mulletby, valued at 180 million guilders, so just over $100 million, where has this come from when, according to the courts, the appraisal that is going to be utilized by the courts, just recently, the court appointed the appraiser for this property because parties could not reach an agreement on a proposal for an appraiser. The results of the court-appointed appraiser is only to come in September. So, where does this 180 million guilders value come from? The litigation, and I want to go back to an earlier point I made, the litigation has, at least for now, attributed 230 million guilders as owed to ENNIA in the whole construction of ENNIA. And again, I want to ask, what would that do to the financial calculations if that money was to be had now? And why is it now, although the matter is still in court, why can't that be pursued, is my question. And then I want to encourage the minister just how the breakdown was given of the entire situation. Can we, in a sort of organization form, understand the structures that are being proposed? The structures and the responsibilities for these different parts of the structure. I, in these questions, and several colleagues of mine, have asked for more concrete financial information from the institutions involved, from the company involved. And I would guess that the answer to that could be it is a private company, a company that is into a business that you don't really reveal much of. But in the meantime, by the decision taken for this particular agreement, this has become a company in the public domain. And as such, the Parliament of St. Martin, the government of St. Martin, are entitled to receive information as requested and financial information. Mr. Chairman, through you, I want to kind of wrap up. I await the answers from the minister. I am grateful for the presentation because we have also received it in writing, and I would like the minister to stress that from the proposal, the timeline presented, this is not so much about the pressure now for the policy holders. This is something towards the future. The pressure comes because of the pressure put on the governments of Curaçao and St. Martin regarding the refinancing of the loan. And I agree with a colleague who said earlier, yeah, just maybe, if we can find to review this proposal before us, to redo the proposal before us, it might require a couple of months of an increased interest rate because of the refinancing not being in place according to the requirements of the Dutch government. But at least we should be able to come up with a much better solution that would suit not only the policyholders, but the entire 40, 50, 60,000 persons that are also involved and that rely on the government to execute matters on behalf of them, amongst other things, via the budget, the country budget of St. Martin. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member MP Westcott. I now look at the speakers list and there is no one else to speak. So what I will do now is probably adjourn for a bit, or I look towards the Honourable Minister. I know there was a number of questions asked, so I don't want to go in front of you and see if you can answer any now. So I'll adjourn, I'll caucus with the Minister, and we'll see where we go from there. We'll adjourn for about 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. I now reopen the meeting in deliberation with or discussion with the Honorable Minister. I think I've taken a position where I will now give the Minister the opportunity to decide whether she would like to answer any questions now or probably come back later, or any other remarks she would like to make in her conclusion, and then we'll take it from the Honorable Minister. You now have the floor.
Good afternoon once again, and I would like to, first of all, thank the honorable members of Parliament who posed questions. I want to say that most of these questions, as it relates to the ENNIA debacle, were questions that myself and my team asked when trying to get information to come to Parliament today. I want to make it clear that I too believe that, like I stated earlier, there is the possibility can be pursued to come to a solution, a better solution for the 3,084 St. Martin policyholders. And hearing the comments made today, I think we will be in pursuit of doing just that. With all that I can, in my best efforts, having to exhaust all possibilities, I will take up that, that suggestion. To answer the questions presented today, I believe in all fairness, what I would prefer doing, Mr. Chairman, through you, is to come back in 2 weeks' time with all answers instead of answering piece. So if that can be entertained, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Minister, I thank you very much. Before I go into adjourning the meeting, I realize that we have a proposal of order. We have Honorable Minister Duran. Sorry about that. I know how it is, but Honorable Member of Parliament Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm guessing then, for clarification's sake, I can assume that the request to cancel the recess has been accepted, as we are back here in 2 weeks.
Well, given that suggestion, I would take it under advisory with the other chairs, and we'll see where we go from there as well, seeing that nothing has been discussed as yet. But I will get back to you on that matter as soon as possible, Honorable Member. I also took notice of the request by the Honorable Minister, and 2 weeks, and yeah, we will facilitate that, and I thank you very much. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of this. Yeah, okay, it's the learning curve. Yeah, we'll adjourn this meeting. I thank you very much.